so that we can activate them to move.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please take note that this demonstration is a joint demonstration between the SA Army, SA Air Force, South African Military Health Service, the SAPS. All right, it's a joint one that we're going to be showcasing for you today. All right, good morning once more, ladies and gentlemen. Joining me here in the commentary team is Major Mashao from Directing Staff 2 in the division. He's going to be giving us a background, telling us why we are here so that we can be able to understand and start with our demonstration. Major Mashao, good morning to you and over to you.
Good morning, sunshine. The Kalahari Liberation Front, KLF, formed by the militant factions of the Movement Patriotic di Karana, MPK, the Kalesi River Alliance, KRA, and the Karana Revolutionary Movement, KRM, had been terrorizing the population of Kalahari province for months. KLF is commanded by enigmatic and ruthless commander, Major General Sultan Makamba. The group's brutal tactics had created a climate of fear, with reports of looting, arson, raping, forcing the youth to join them, and kidnapping for ransom becoming increasingly common. The KLF stronghold in the rural areas had allowed them to operate with relative impunity, striking at will and disappearing into the shadows. The latest atrocity was the brutal murder of the local village elder, accused of collaborating with the government. The KLF had stormed the village, beating and hacking the elder to death in front of his family. The villagers, too afraid to intervene, had watched in horror as the rebels looted their homes and set fire to their crops. The KLF's message was clear: anyone who opposed them will suffer the same fate. As the province security forces struggled to contain the situation, the people of the Kalahari province were left to wonder if the KLF will ever be stopped. The deteriorating situation in Kalahari province prompted the regional bloc, SADC, to convene an extraordinary summit of heads of state and government in Gaborone, Botswana. The summit adopted Resolution 2025, which authorizes the deployment of a regional intervention force, SAMIC, to neutralize KLF. SAMIC will later transit to Scenario 5, better known as Peace Support Operation, which will ensure the Kalahari province is stabilized and enjoy everlasting peace. Sunshine.
Phansi ngokuthengisana phansi phambili ngomzabalazo phambili
right, ladies and gentlemen, this is exercise Vuk'Uhlome Distinguished Visitors Day 2025. We hope that you are as excited as we are about today's live demonstration that we're going to showcase today. As you can see, the forces are busy taking positions as well as they are mobilizing, preparing to give us a dazzling show. And you can also see we are joined, as I mentioned to you, it's a joint venture. We are joined by the South African Air Force, South African Military Health Services here. We also have MP Division here. We also have the SAPS joining us for this demonstration. So I want you to sit back, to relax and to enjoy. And to those who are sensitive to noise, ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that our demonstration will have loud noises coming from our firepower, and we do advise you to wear your headsets in that instance. But I will still give you an early warning when we're about to start with our firepower demonstration. Otherwise, in the meantime, sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, from my side as well, good morning and welcome here. As the last of our vehicles are rolling out from the assembly area here in front to their positions, and I'm sure by now you would have kept abreast with the developments in our area of responsibility, where a lot of unhappiness and even some civil unrest has been reported in parts of the area of our area of responsibility. And to that end, we are responsible to make sure that not only do we stabilize the area in terms of military operations, but we do so also in the context of operations other than war. To that end, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with the first of our activities, which is to do with the addressing of a civil unrest situation that we have in this area. The build-up has been reported from early in the morning already. We have deployed all our resources, whether intelligence, battlefield surveillance, as well as war correspondents that we have embedded in various sectors of society in our area of responsibility, to ensure that we have got eyes and ears everywhere, and we are then able to act and react to every possible scenario that requires our intervention. To this end, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the reported unrest situation in the Maremane area, we have embedded one of our war correspondents, Captain Tsebula, who will shortly give us a brief on the ground to what exactly is going on in that area, and we will then find out from her what are the situation and what are the actions that are required to deal with it, as long as monitor progress in terms of how the effect of the resources we deploy and employ is to the effect that we want. So I am now going to try and make communication with our war correspondent in the area. While we are trying to get hold of her, I request you to relax and observe the build-up as it happens.
ngokuthengisana phansi phambili ngomzabalazo phambili
Ladies and gentlemen, the build-up of the protesters has been reported, and I'm hoping that if you look to your left, you will be able to observe it. They are consolidating their positions. They are going to meet up, and it would sound at this stage that the meeting place for them is the Maremane informal settlement area, which is situated directly in front of you as depicted by the informal housing that have been erected over there. It is from there where we are told that the assembly point for the rioters will be, and it is there where our correspondent Captain Tsebula is currently situated, and we have now made communication with her, and we are able to cross live to her for her to give us an update as to what is happening over there. Sunshine, are you on the line?
Yes, a very good morning to you, Colonel Khasapane, and a good morning to our viewers today. As mentioned, I am Sunshine, your correspondent here at Maremane Informal Settlement, where I am standing. All right, this is one of our top stories today. As the residents of Maremane have started protesting, taking to the streets, they're complaining that their concerns have not been heard by the local authorities. They're complaining about illegal land grab, which has created conflict between these locals. Also complaining about illegal occupants that are in the area of Maremane. They state that they have written a memorandum to address these issues, but the local authorities have failed to address them. Hence now they're taking matters into their own hands. As I stand here in Maremane, I will keep you updated as I monitor the situation. At the moment, what we are realizing is that the roads here in Maremane have been closed. A lot of petrol bombs as well. So mobility and movement is a very, very difficult thing at the moment. And we're seeing a lot of families feeling under threat, as also reported to us that these protests have escalated to acts of violence, where even members who are not part of these protests have started to be affected, as houses and infrastructure is being vandalized. Also, some looting has been reported to us that is happening here in Maremane. We have not yet located who the leader of these protests is, but as I stand here, I'm hoping to be able to have a word with one of the protesters and to find out who the leader is. At the moment, we have not seen any authorities, but it has been reported to us that local authorities have been informed about the situation. As I mentioned to you, I'm standing here right now. What they're doing is they're putting tires on the road, trying to close it so that no form of transportation can take place. As I'm standing, what I'm witnessing, ladies and gentlemen, is that they're burning tires at the moment. As I mentioned to you, saying that no transportation will be able to come into Maremane, and obviously this has a direct impact in the economy in this informal settlement. As I can see right now, they've grouped themselves having a conversation. We've also been informed as the news that local authorities have been informed and that they are on their way to Maremane informal settlement to try and deal with the situation. As I'm talking to you, they're advancing, moving forward, as we can see now that the local authorities have been activated. We're also informed that this grouping has become highly violent, as some of them are also in possession of illegal firearms. You can see that they've also thrown some smoke as they're determined to challenge authorities. We have been informed that the South African Police Service is coming to the scene. We've been informed that the unit that is being deployed here in Maremane is the Public Order Policing Unit from SAPS. Any moment from now, they will be coming to the scene. They have been called. What we can see now from the SAPS is that they're busy observing these protesters. I'm also trying to move around, obviously with caution, and trying to find safety for myself and the crew as we keep you in the know in terms of what is happening here in Maremane. As I mentioned to you, a lot of vandalism is taking place, damage to infrastructure and looting has taken place. We've also heard that there are external forces that have used these riots as an opportunity to exploit this situation here in Maremane. I'm still also trying to locate who the leader of these protests is, but we've not managed to. But what I can see at the moment, as I try to see, is that the public order policing unit is on the ground. This is a specialized unit from SAPS that is trained to deal with crowd control. They are here in Maremane observing the situation as these determined and violent protesters are starting to approach the police. We can hear them chanting, we can hear them being determined that they will not be defeated and that their grievances shall be heard by force, by fire. All right, as we can see, the public order policing unit from SAPS, they aren't shooting at the protesters, they're just standing observing what is happening. I have tried to speak to a member from the SAPS to find out what the situation is here in Maremane, and a member from SAPS informed me that once these protesters approach them, they're going to try and deploy a convener. Now, a convener is somebody who is going to try and negotiate with these protesters, just trying to find out what is the best possible way to resolve these grievances and to dissolve the situation on the ground. So I will be standing here, keeping you informed as to what is happening here in Maremane. As I mentioned now that it's sad that these riots have escalated to violence. I see the public order policing unit approaching these protesters as they're also approaching, and I mentioned to you that they are in possession of illegal firearms and weapons as they approach the SAPS. But we are hoping that an agreement can be reached so that the situation here in Maremane can be resolved. All right, at the moment I am seeing the police moving forward, and also, as I mentioned to you, the tension now in Maremane has heightened as these protesters are going forward to the police. We're trying to observe to see how the situation is going to unfold. All right, we have been informed that the situation is getting overwhelming here in Maremane. I am still standing here observing what these protests are going to come to. We're still hoping to see the negotiation process between the convener from the SAPS as well as the leader of these protesting groups rather. They've managed to identify who is the leader, and I've been informed that the SAPS is going to dispatch a convener who is then going to negotiate, trying to convince this grouping to leave these violent acts and to see how the situation can best be solved with the law. We are still live in Maremane as we observe the protests that are currently taking place here in Maremane, keeping you updated with the situation. What we can see is the public order policing unit just observing these violent and rather arrogant protesters. As you can see, they're singing, busy chanting that asinisabi, sianifuna, just alluding that they are not scared of the authorities. What we're also observing at the moment is that some kind of negotiation is now taking place between the SAPS and these leaders of these protests. We can see also that no formal agreement has been reached, and these protests have become violent as these protesters are now fighting members of SAPS, of the public order policing unit, trying to defend themselves. We've also been informed that higher authority has then activated the light infantry battalion from the SANDF to come onto the scene to come and assist the overwhelming situation for SAPS. Also, what we are seeing is an ambulance from the South African Military Health Service that has been brought in. As I mentioned to you, that they are in possession of illegal firearms and weapons, and one of the members from the SAPS has been injured, and the medics from the military have been brought brought in also as the situation heightens here in Maremane. All right, this light infantry battalion has been activated to come and assist the subs. What I'm seeing at the moment is that they've brought in motorbikes. I'm also seeing that they've brought in an equestrian capability, trying to assist the subs in this overwhelming situation. And as it stands, one of the members from subs has been injured. Also, what we are seeing is that they are running away now as the K9 capability from this light infantry is beginning to chase them, and they are running. We're also seeing motorbikes pushing the crowd away. We're also seeing military police onto the scene, beginning to make some arrests. Also, we're seeing the equestrian capability from this light infantry that we've been informed about that is assisting the subs. All right, as I stand here in Maremane, the situation is getting out of hand. We're seeing petrol bombs. We're now seeing infrastructure burning. We're seeing a lot of chaos. But what I can attest to is that since this light infantry battalion has come in to assist this public order policing unit from the SAPS, we're seeing them standing, ensuring that their member gets medical attention. We're also seeing that the crowd has begun to draw back. All right, the situation here in Maremane is still unstable as this stubborn crowd, these protesters just trying to go against the law, fighting the authorities that are here. If you've just joined us, I've mentioned to you that the situation has heightened, that the military had to be brought in to come and reinforce the public order policing unit from subs who have tried to control the situation here in Maremane. But we have seen the difference since the light infantry battalion came onto the scene. They brought their equestrian capability, they brought their motorbikes, they also brought their K9 capability here in Maremane to try and stabilize the situation. And to you, Kena Khasapane, and the viewers, I can attest that we are starting to see some stability here in Maremane as the situation begins to subside. All right, we're also starting to see a withdrawal from this light infantry battalion. We're seeing that dogs moving out. We're also seeing members of the subs beginning to move out as well. We're seeing the motorbikes moving out. And quite frankly, as I stand here, I feel safer than when I arrived, as we're seeing a difference and the protests have been dissolved. All right, and more live updates as I report here in Maremane. My name is Sunshine. I'm the correspondent standing here. I will be standing here just monitoring in case anything changes. At the moment, it's a withdrawal from this joint operation from the South African Police Service with the Public Order Policing Unit, as well as members from the military. Thank you to the Light Infantry Battalion for their assistance. I can confirm we are stable here in Maremane.
Thank you very much, Sunshine. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The situation, as reported by our correspondent Sunshine, has been stabilized, and indeed, although the area from a civil unrest point of view seems to be under control, we are continuing to get some disturbing developments on the conventional front, and to this end, the commander has decided to expand the surveillance resources that he has on the ground. To this end, ladies and gentlemen, we have now decided that by means of vertical insertion, the commander is going to bring in his pathfinders in order to ensure that he is able to have eyes and ears on the ground for him to build up the forces that he may require for the execution of a successful mission here in the Maremane area and in the area of Karana in general. The Airborne Fraternity, specifically the Pathfinders, are already activated. I believe they are currently about a minute out. They will then be vertically getting inserted into this area. They will, for the purposes of this morning's operation, They will find their landing zone in front of your seated area. You will see that already on the ground is our DZ safety officer in the form of Colonel Mukwena, who has already popped the smoke. And with me to explain this operation as it unfolds is the second in command of 1 Parachute Battalion out in Bloemfontein, Major Moleti. Major Moleti, welcome, and please take us through what the operation will as the operation unfolds here.
Thank you very much indeed. The Defenders in Action, a showcase of military excellence. If you look towards the south, that will be the approach of the Oryx utility helicopter. They will be flying at 6,000 feet. First, we'll give you the soft and excellent and accurate demonstration of the free fallers. They will be flying in red canopies. One will be in a gray canopy that is for operation. Just 1 minute out, the smoke on the ground, and then we proudly present the skill, dedication, discipline, and operational excellence of our elite soldiers and air crew. Remember, this is a joint operation. The Air Force is our means of transport. The Army won't do it without the Air Force. The crew that is flying our Oryx today is also commanding himself, Lieutenant Colonel Maluleke from 17th Squadron. The co-pilot is Captain Kekana, and with the flight engineer in the midst. We are waiting their approach. I think there is a communication established with the drop zone self officer. The ground commander is Lieutenant Colonel Mukwena, assisted by Major Mabeo, and the set officer is Sergeant Machaba. It must be safe before we call in our aircrafts into a hostile zone. Prepare yourself for a rare glimpse into the world of those who stand between danger and safety, the silent protectors of our freedom. What you will witness today is not a performance, but a reflection of a real mission executed under darkness, behind enemy lines where only courage speaks. And ladies and gentlemen, every action you are about to witness forms part of a real-world missions executed with precision under demanding conditions or situations. Oryx approaching, it should be 1 minute out now. As you look on the 12 o'clock, the smoke on the ground to ensure that the jumpers, when they exit the machine, they can spot the safe landing. They must not land into the foreign identified landmark, but where our own force is there to receive them safely. Safety comes first. We always preach safety, safety. If you look now to your south, the Oryx is approaching. You hear the sound. They are at 6,000 feet above ground level. Look to the sky, approach. As well as the height is 6,000 feet. Already inside there, the dispatcher is giving the warning, the timings. 1 minute out, stand by, and they are ready to go. The adrenaline is pumping high. The courage must overcome the fear, and fear, that courage, it means is the absence of fear, but you have to do what you have to do at your best, because these are highly trained members, and then they do it on a daily basis to protect our sovereignty. They are about a few seconds out. If you just look up, you will see them exiting the Oryx. It is approaching, it will hover, decrease the speed for members to drive out safely. Our elite airborne operators are about to demonstrate a high altitude. Normally, it will be from 3,500 AGL to a maximum of 11,000 AGL without mask. There it goes, we are observing now. They're out, number 1 is out, number 2, 3, 4, 5, and then free falling number 6. Canopy also open safely. Still free falling, 2 members, canopy open, number 3, 4, number 5, and all canopies are open. Now they must navigate and glide safely to the drop zone. This requires a level of accuracy, discipline, and you need a couple of jumps or descents before you can master this particular demonstration. This is what you call a basic free fall. From basic free fall, you go to the advanced free fall, whereby we use the mask to fly at the altitude of 20,000 above, up to 30,000 feet AGL. You'll see there's one member who's supposed to be carrying the national flag. This team, it is led by Sergeant Modise, the experienced seasoned campaigner in this regard, followed by CO Mkize, CO Paleng, Lance Corporal Semamola, Corporal Buota, and Private Butelezi, all from 44, 1 para battalion, 7 med, joint demonstration. They are approaching, ladies and gentlemen. You see they are following the leader, still seconding. That's Sergeant Modise leading the whole team. If he misses the desert, the whole team is lost and the mission will be compromised. That is why you must have only those who are highly trained, selected for the particular mission. There he goes. Currently where he is, he should be at the 1,005,000 feet AGL. Now you must now approach cautiously. Set, check the desert. He's calling, the whole team is there. The last man is holding because he must come last. There's Sergeant Modise approaching. There's Sergeant Modise. There's accuracy. Look how they follow each other. In the real operations, this technique is used to infiltrate behind the enemy lines, contact civilians, to insert special forces, pathfinders, and artillery anchor observers. Round of applause, Sergeant Modise. There you go. They follow each other accurately. That's a skill. You must be brave to do this. It is good to exit, to be under canopy, but landing, it takes more focus and attention. There goes number 2. Landing like an eagle. That's excellent. There is it. It normally happens. Yeah. You must be very quick. Let's go now number 3. These gray canopies are for operations for clandestine. When you are above 10,000 feet AGL, the enemy civilians will not pick you up very easily. The red canopies are normally for demonstrations in the stadiums for accuracy. But the gray canopy, the Vertex 285, the Vertex 300, Vertex 350, and the Vertex 360 are for operations where we are jumping with the equipment to be behind the enemy lines for 7 days to 14 days. There it goes very slowly. You'll see the speed and the approach is different from the red canopies because it is meant for operations. But the red ones are for high accuracy. There goes number 3, number 4 following cautiously. Touching the ground nicely. Round of applause. There goes number 5. You see the team. It's a perfect grouping in a radius of 100 by 100 square meter. There goes the man. Nicely. All right. There goes the man who steals the show. The well-seasoned campaigner, Sergeant Modise, flying the flag of our country. There's Modise with our flag. There's our pride. There you go. Quick turn. Shocking. Touching the ground. The Sergeant Modise. The whole team is on the ground. That's so perfect. Now once the members are on the ground, they can start reporting back to the brigade commander. With this team, we'll have the BFS and the British surveillance team. We'll also have the artillery observers to go and run the commentary for the commander at the rear. Is it safe to bring the main force or not? If these members are compromised, the whole mission is compromised. That is why it takes a lot of training, investment, and time spent under the canopy so that when you go out for a mission, you go and execute excellently. We are waiting now. The next batch, it should be from the Pathfinders. They will be jumping from the Casa 212 aircraft, and they will be jumping from the advanced study plan. Okay,
As it happens normally, they have now reported to the commander, stay put, don't bring the main force as yet, because it is still not safe. So we'll change and switch to the next event.
Thank you very much, Major Moletti. Ladies and gentlemen, we can give them a round of applause in terms of the development of the tactical situation here in front. The situation has been deemed to still be volatile for the commitment of the main force from the paratroopers. To that extent, then we continue with the eyes and ears on the ground from all the resources of the South African Army. In front of you, then you would have seen, you might not have seen, ladies and gentlemen, the already deployed battlefield surveillance from our intelligence formation. They will now, in order for you to be able to observe this distinguished capability of the South African Army, they will come and break out from their positions from where they had been observing, gathering information and passing on this for the enemy picture to be built up. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the breakout that is going to take place here in front, I have got Lieutenant Colonel Keketsi with me. He's the old campaigner in the intelligence fraternity. He is going to take us through the breakout drills that will be taking place from our intelligence capability. Colonel Keketsi, good morning and welcome here.
Colonel, good morning, sir. As we proceed with all the development that has been happening, members of battlefield surveillance from one Tech Intelligence Regiment has been deployed for the past 72 hours. Deployed here in front of you are the well-trained surveillance operator teams from one Technical Intelligence Regiment. In command of this capability is the officer commanding one Tactical Intelligence Regiment, Lieutenant Colonel Boyson, the squadron commander, Major Mans, in charge of the UAV capability. The UAV drones will be launched now. The drones that will be launched are Mavic 2 that can cover 5,000 meters to 10,000 meters to the front with an altitude of 120 meters. They can fly for 45 minutes on their battery lifespan. They will now be launched. The whole idea of this capability, as they are now launching them in our immediate front, is to make sure that they conduct a reconnaissance to the explained distance to ensure that the commander makes informed decisions with regard to the activities of the enemy within our area of responsibility. You see them now deployed. They will then conduct a reconnaissance to the distance as been indicated, up to 5,000 to 10,000, and then the commander will make an informed decision as to what then we need to give the deployed forces to ensure that they make informed decision. You see them now flying, conducting an aerial reconnaissance on the area of our capabilities. As they go forward, the commander is being informed. He's receiving a live streaming in his position to ensure that he's aware of any deployments of the enemy, to ensure that we make an informed decision. As they go forward, the commander has done a recce with this current capability and is not satisfied, and thus he will then recall the Mavic to deploy his latest capability. They will then be withdrawn, as you will see them now being withdrawn. The next capability that will be deployed will be the Matrice 40 that can cover a distance of 15,000 meters with an altitude of 200 meters, and they can fly to about 1 hour. They will also be prepared. They will also be preparing the Matrice 4 that can also fly 10,000 meters to the front with an altitude of 150, flying for 1 hour. As they prepare those those capabilities, you'll see them as they come running in your immediate front. I must say these capabilities are able to be utilized day and night and are able to give commander and informed decisions. These UAV capabilities are enhancing the capability of the surveillance teams deployed on your immediate front. That I will explain to you. Deployed in your immediate front as they are now conducting this reconnaissance is Bravo 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bravo 1 is deployed to your left and Bravo 4 is deployed to your right. There are capabilities that these teams will display this morning. These capabilities will then be deployed by these capabilities, but now their movement or anything they will be conducting will be enhanced by the Matrice 40 as well as Matrice 4 as they are now being deployed. They assist the commander in gathering intelligence and surpass the eye expectation. In case of external deployment, like in DRC, UAVs, drones are deployed or utilized for route reconnaissance, base protection, and early warning, which is what is happening. The team on your left is now withdrawing. As we call them withdrawing, they are using stealth. They are demonstrating the capability, ensuring that they still cover the front to ensure that they can safely withdraw from their position. There are two teams in Bravo 1 comprising of 5 members each. This is now Bravo 1 withdrawing. Within your immediate front, there's also Bravo 2 and Bravo 3 that will also be withdrawing under stealth and making sure you see them with on immediate front, now withdrawing, making sure that they still cover the front and making sure that their position it's not compromised. You see them now withdrawing, and as they are withdrawing, they will then prepare to be picked up either on the left or to be picked up either on the right. The fourth team that will be withdrawing is the team that will conduct what we call the breakout drills. As I've indicated, Bravo 1 and 2 and 3 have conducted the stealth, but the breakout drills that will be conducted live will be conducted by Bravo 4. And this team will ensure that them are also capable to be withdrawn without being compromised. They will fight their way out of the encirclement by exploiting the identified soft target, turning it into a loophole. They will then do escape and evasion to a predetermined RV from where they will be extracted either by air or by a vehicle. You see now they are throwing smoke screen to ensure that they protect their position. Now they will conduct what we call the breakout drills live, making sure that every member is out of their position. Remember, I've said, ladies and gentlemen, this members has been deployed here for the past 72 hours. Now they will conduct what we call breakout drills. As you see them now conducting the breakout drills, every single member of the team, as I've indicated, is 10 members in the team, will make sure that they use whatever capabilities they have to their disposal to ensure their safe withdrawal from their encirclement. These members are the members trained from battlefield surveillance, and they have their team leader who is conducting this, and the team's capability of withdrawal, it's still being covered by the drone, ensuring that it's conducting the live capabilities on what they do, giving them all the information they need to make sure that they are able to withdraw successfully and safely so. As you see these members making sure that they are moving or withdrawing successfully out. These members will be picked up to the left by a rattle and will be picked up to the right by a rattle as they break through. You see them, ladies and gentlemen, as they withdraw. Every single member will be running to their safe position, that is in a predetermined position, where they will be picked up by both rattles. As you see them coming in, they will then embark and go into the RV as been predetermined. These members are still being covered by the aerial capability of the drone deployed now. As I've indicated, the Matrice 40 was still making sure that they conduct live surveillance on their position. Ladies and gentlemen, those were the members of 1 Tactical Intelligence Regiment. As you see them now, withdrawing and backing into the rattle. Members of the 1 Tactical Intelligence Regiment are now withdrawing. A round of applause for what they have done. And now the Matrice 40 will also be withdrawn from its current position until the position of the members is safely protected into their predetermined RV. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you so much to Lieutenant Colonel Keketsi, a senior officer in our intelligence fraternity, for such a beautiful demonstration. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are still moving on, hoping that you are still enjoying this DV Day capability demonstration here at Mount Huxley. All right, and moving on now to our next activity, we're going to blow a crater, and members from 2 Field Engineer Regiment are here with battle noise simulation, going to help us blow that crater. Please just keep your eyes to the front. And joining me this morning is Corporal Nyate from 2 Field, who's going to just quickly take us through this demonstration, explaining to us what is a crater and what it's used for, and then blow it in front of us. Corporal, good morning.
Thank you very much, Captain. Ladies and gentlemen, South African Army Engineer present the excavation demolition capability under the command of 2 Field Engineer Regiment Officer Commanding Lieutenant Colonel ZP Malchas. Right, engineers are responsible for shaping the battlefield, creating mobility of friendly force and denying mobility to opposition force. This year is tactical demolition initiated by well-trained combat engineers, the ones that are here that are going to perform the crater charge. Excavation charges are created to make trenches and tank ditches, loosening soil for construction purposes, and also for building of obstacles and protective positions, as well as sabotage tasks. Now, today's demonstration features crater charge, as the BFS gave intelligence that it has identified weapon caches of the opposition force. Engineers went into the sabotage of the caches using the crater charge, and the distance was discovered that was 1,000 meters. And now the team leader, which is Captain Mati, will now have to deal with it. Now, if maybe we can look between the 2 white ends, straight line, there's a wide shanky just after it, few meters after it. Please do concentrate there. That is where the crater charge will take place. However, now is to sabotage the weapon cache that was found. Now they're going to be firing on 0, 3, 2, 1, 0. I confirm there are paintings on the detonation. Firing on 0, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Ladies and gentlemen, these things do happen sometimes. There is a misfire on the 1 lane that they laid out. They will now be switching over to the 2nd lane where the detonation will take place. I hand over back again to our engineer. Continue.
Thank you very much, Kenan. I believe my team is now working on it, and we will be seeing the cratering charge as immediately when we receive the go. However, now, this it happens, as you know, this is tactical demolition. In most cases, you fire it electrically. So you might find that the electrical connection, it happens that it doesn't. We'll now wait for the combat team to give us go, and we'll have the detonation. 0.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, while our engineers are fixing the misfires, we're going to move on with the show. We've had an incredible show so far, so we're going to do exactly that. We still have an action-packed one for you and all our distinguished visitors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the next demonstration. All right, and there it goes. Congratulations, engineers, you've done it. All right, that is a demonstration from two field engineers demonstrating to us a blowing off a crater, as Corporal Nyate has explained to us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for our next demonstration, I'm going to kindly ask you if you've been issued with earplugs and you are in any way sensitive to noise, to please put your earplugs on, as we're now going to continue with our gun line demonstration, where we're going to show you some action, some firepower. We're going to fire some weapons right in front of you, and standing by to join me on this gun line is Colonel Khasapane as well as Captain Adonis. They're going to take us through this spectacular demonstration. All right, Colonel Khasapane, over to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a final reminder, if you are in any way sensitive to noise, please make use of earplugs. There's going to be a lot of loud noises coming from this gun line demonstration. It is a firepower demo, and as I mentioned, standing by to give us the first sequence is Colonel Khasapane. Over to you, Colonel.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to then start as we escalate this situation. We are going to escalate also because we have now just been told that somewhere in the deep there is a build-up of supplies. We suspect that these supplies are aimed at reinforcing the force that we intend to destroy in the area of responsibility here in front. To that end, the commander has ordered his indirect firepower capability to provide for him an artillery interdiction in the deep, simulated. And to start off this activity, ladies and gentlemen, the first of these capabilities is the newest of South Africa's indirect firepower capability, the 155mm T552 that is closing in front of you currently, ladies and gentlemen. This gun is a modular gun, as you can see as it passes in front of you. It is mounted on an 8x8 Tatra vehicle. It has got a typical South African artillery 52 ballistic system mounted on it, capable of launching a 47-kilogram projectile out to 70 kilometers. Behind it is the workhorse of the South African artillery, the 155mm G6 with a 45 caliber length ballistic system. These two systems, ladies and gentlemen, will now provide the interdiction in the deep to ensure that the logistic supplies that have been identified in the deep are destroyed in order to cut off this enemy force from their own supplies. In terms, ladies and gentlemen, of the new T5 system, just a little bit of technical data about this gun system. It is on a Tatra vehicle, as I said earlier on. The platform is designed to take the setback force of a 50-kilogram projectile out to a distance of 80 kilometers, whereas with the new M90 series charge systems, this gun system is capable then of providing your firepower out to 76 kilometers with the M90 series charge system. You will see, ladies and gentlemen, that the purpose of this deployment is a shoot and scoot. So they will come into the position, deliver maximum firepower, and then they will immediately get out of action and leave. Please let us observe, ladies and gentlemen, as they are about to fire. Please take care of your ears as well, because this is going to be a rather loud bang. Targeting is currently taking place, ladies and gentlemen. It is confirmed, and they will now report ready and receive the command to fire. Let's observe. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see on the foot of a Barkenkop to your left, simulated to be the depth of our battlefield, our battle space here. That's where that first round has come up. That's where the logistical supplies of the opposing force are located. The loading, ladies and gentlemen, on the T5 is an automated loading system. It's got a loading bay capable of carrying 3 rounds at a time. In other words, you are then able to utilize 4 rounds at a time if you chamber the first round, and then you have got on the loading tray 3 rounds that you can load. That is the reason why you are then capable of firing up to 10 rounds per minute with this system. You are looking in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, with the current mainstay of South African artillery and the future of the artillery as they two stand. Look at the accuracy, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the first and the second shot where these rounds are coming out. The last round will be fired, ladies and gentlemen. The last round will be fired of the 3 initially ordered in this interdiction engagement. After which then the scoot part will take place. Ladies and gentlemen, the G6 arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see on top of Park and Cop, that's where the rhino shot is. The accuracy, ladies and gentlemen, of these systems is something to marvel at if you consider that these are indeed area weapons. The distance between these rounds is such that you can understand just the accuracy of the ballistic computation that is being done by these gunners in order to get the fire there. That's the second, ladies and gentlemen, of the 3 rounds ordered. And we will then be able to observe the scoot. What I will advise you to concentrate on, ladies and gentlemen, is the out-of-action drills and the speed with which both of these launchers are capable of getting out of action and then scooting also out of position. Also, ladies and gentlemen, look at, once again, as I said earlier on, the accuracy of the fire, bearing testimony indeed to the accuracy of the ballistic computation that these gunners are doing prior to them firing each and every shot. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us then to the conclusion of the battlefield interdiction as done by the South African artillery. These guys are out from Potchefstroom in the northwest of our province under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Brendan Mabi. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, some safety decisions that we are making. You will remember earlier on we had the two misfires. We had the 2 misfires, ladies and gentlemen, on the engineer crater. And in order for the safety of our paradrop that we are about to conduct now, we are going to send in the engineers to do the misfire drill in order to detonate that second charge for this area, then to be safe for us to continue with the dropping of the air assault that we are now about to conduct. I request that you sit back, relax, and watch as we go through the misfire drill. The paratroopers are currently on hold just behind you to the west. They are on hold in a Casa 212 just behind you. We have kept them on hold until we have cleared the charge that is laid out here in front of us. You will see that the commander has ordered the rattle that is moving in front of you to first go through the misfire drill, and if it doesn't work, to then manually detonate it. Ladies and gentlemen, the battlefield is always fluid. The battle spaces that we operate in are always fluid. It is for that reason that we always have got contingencies that we are able to implement at short notice. At the moment, we are keeping the Casa 212 for our air assault. We are keeping them back.
We are continuing with the quick misfire drill on the crater charge that has been laid. It is the main one of the two. The one you saw going off was the secondary. So the main one is still lying there. We are going to go through that. It should be about a minute or two. We will then detonate this one and we will clear them from the hold for them to then come in and do the execution. Ladies and gentlemen, we just await the finalization of the misfire drill by our engineers. Please, this is a safety imperative for us. We know from the commander that if the line cannot be reactivated, he has already ordered them to remove the detonator so that although it is lying there, it cannot detonate. In other words, it can then be rendered safe. So we are doing everything possible to ensure that we treat the safety protocols as we should so that we can then continue with this operation as expected.
engineers. In 1 minute, they will be here in front of us. In the meantime, stay with us. To detonate as we wait to welcome our pathfinders who are going to land in front of us. They're just 2 minutes away as we carry on with the show. Stay with us. Right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna blow. Beautiful, stunning. Look at that. Now, engineers, that was really worth the wait. That was worth the hype and worth the wait. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I promised you that our pathfinders will now land here in front of us. Thank you so much to our engineers. Definitely worth the wait, worth the hype. Looks beautiful. Hope you got it on content. And standing by now to join me again is Major Muleti, who is from our airborne capability, who's going to take us through this demonstration. Always amazing. Major Muleti, over to you.
Thank you, Sunshine. The next from Casa 212 from 44 Squadron in Pretoria. The pilot there is Colonel Keta, the CASA 212, capable of delivering paratroopers with the basic static line, advanced static line, and free fall as well. And is also capable to deliver the commodities or the supplies for the main force behind enemy lines by means of a light container delivery system and also the PA5 systems. The members will be jumping from a height of 4,500 above ground level. Those are the pathfinders. The commander is satisfied with the situation. Then he continues now to bring a force multiplier before he brings now the para assault on the ground. The pathfinders will go and take out the minor resistance on the battlefield and mark the deployment areas for the main force. That is your mortars deployment, anti-tank, and the machine gun and the rifle group. Our CASA should be now 1 minute. Jumpers are ready, checks done, ready to exit the aircraft. You'll see on your immediate front, the 12 o'clock, there's a movement of the Gecko. This vehicle, it is only meant to support the airborne forces on the ground by carrying their supplies and then deliver the ammunition, water, and other resources that are needed by the fighting echelon. It might look slow, but it is powerful in terms of carrying capacity. We are waiting our CASA. It should be approaching from south to north, according to wind direction. If not, it will be from west to east. The members are from 44 Parachute Regiment. The team leader there is Lieutenant Moriti, the Team 2IC Sergeant Mojela, and the dispatchers Sergeant Hobart and Let's go para Trisa. This kind of operation demands the decisive mission profiles in modern airborne operations. The advanced static line airborne insertions is mostly by the pathfinders. The aircraft utilized, as I said earlier on, is a CASA 212 from 44 Squadron. Our pride in the Air Force transport fraternity. The pathfinders, ladies and gentlemen, are the eyes and ears of airborne forces, trained to operate deep behind enemy lines. They are responsible for establishing drop zones, marking the landing points, and conducting precision reconnaissance to pave the way for the follow-on forces. Their hallmark are speed, stealth, and surgical execution. In conjunction or jointly, we'll find the 500 Squadron operating behind or together with the pathfinders to establish the forward air replenishment point for our helicopters. It depends on the radius and the distance from the own force assembly area into the battlefield. Then we need to take our rotary wings. That is our Oryx, they are Augustus, our Rayfalk closer, and they need to refuel in front. These members need to be undercover for a duration of 3 to 7 days to collect more data as far as possible and to make sure that the commander, when he deploys the main force, it is safer and they are able to execute their mission with much protection and with less losses on their own force. 4,500 feet. The specials completed the checks in the aircraft. Then at a 1 minute call, the members will be standby. The kind of parachute they are going to be utilizing, it is a Vortex 300, 285. But the advanced static line, it is more similar to the basic static line where the members are hooked inside the aircraft itself. The difference with the advanced is that they are making use of the square parachute like the one that you saw earlier on. It's a square parachute, they control it like the free-fall one, but the base static line parachute is a round parachute, normally called the pampoon, where you fall very hard, but not very hard, but because you are highly trained, strong, and ready to execute. There's no pain in that. We are waiting for the CASA to report. They are receiving the report from the ground to be unsafe before we clear them in. Normally, due to the wind on the ground, the commander will make a decision to reposition the casa that was 2 minutes out. It is now 3 minutes out to change the approach direction so that the members can exit down, say upwind, so that they are going to land safely on the marked desert. Our casa is now 2 minutes out to bring our pathfinders safely on the ground. About 2 minutes out, and from the release point, the pathfinders inside the aircraft are already standing in the door, equipment secured and weapons rigged for immediate action. Their static lines are clipped in. This ensures automatic parachute deployment the moment they exit the aircraft. And once they're landing, they will quickly survey the area, and if there are minor resistance, they will quickly take care of those minor resistance so that the main force will be brought in later on. We are about to bring in the casa 1 minute out. Okay, to your left, that is on the northern side, the casa is at Safe height of 4,500. They will release within a few seconds. As I said earlier on, the adrenaline pumping members are ready. They will be touching ground in a few minutes from now. There is our CASA 212, ready to drop the Pathfinders, 10 members in total. And is lining in contact with the drop zone safety officer, who is now making sure that it is the correct or the on-force aircraft, and we don't bring in the op-4 aircraft into our theater. There's a smoke on the ground to indicate green, safe to go. And the dispatcher inside the aircraft will now start to spot to make sure that the releasing point of these jumpers, it is of a reasonable distance, because the canopy, it is controlled by the top drift to be accurate on the marked drop zone. They should be exiting any seconds from now. All set for go. Until these ones are to the wind direction. The pilot is readjusting in contact with the drop zone safety officer. Ladies and gentlemen, as it is customary with any military battle space, we have got the CASA 212 currently in front of you for the paradrop. We also have got inbound, less than 100 nautical miles, the Gripen multi-role fighter aircraft. We have already spoken to both pilots to deconflict the airspace, where we will keep the Gripen south over the area of Postmasberg until these paratroopers have been released and they have landed. It is important that the fluidity of the battle space requires sometimes that we do simultaneous actions, and this is indeed one of those that we are doing. The CASA is now on its final run-in, where the paratroopers will then exit and the mass drop will take place. Major Moleti is still with me, and I am going to request him to take us through this activity as it unfolds once again. Major Moleti. On the running, there they go. One is out. You see, immediately when they exit, the canopy develops by means of the static line. One after the other, The team steps confidently into the slipstream, deploying their parachutes in rapid succession. These are advanced static line jumps performed at low altitude to reduce exposure time in the air and minimize vulnerability to enemy fire. Remember that once the first shot goes, then the enemy is aware of your presence and you are also aware of their presence. So that is why we jumping the advanced static line at 4,500 feet above ground level. The team leader, you must regroup and land at the same spot immediately when they land, because we are not sure who was observing these members on the exit, and if maybe there was an advance of the elements from the OPFO, they are going to be resistant, and these members are able and capable to deal with that kind of situation. If one member should be lost, then the mission continues. Normally at this height, when we are jumping at the high operation, parachute operations, I say again, high altitude parachute operations, they'll be having the GPS to start navigating upon exit. So all the members should follow the team leader. Normally the heavier guy will be the first, then the lighter ones will be at the back. As you can see, towards your left, there the last man still hanging, and they are all waiting for the leader to come to the position. That is what we call a tactical grouping on the ground. These are the eyes and ears of the command on the ground. And if they don't do the accurate job on the ground, then the whole force will be in danger. That is why they jump in small teams, so that they are not compromised. They should be undercover at all times. This normally will take you, according to the body weight, 3 to 5 minutes to touch the ground. But if members who start spiraling, if you can see there on the front left, when you spiral, you lose altitude, then you'll be quicker on the ground. That their ammunition has been pre-positioned. It has been marked by means of GPS coordinates. Once they land, they regroup, go and collect the ammunition and take care of the situation on the ground. There's the first man about to touch the ground. That should be the team leader. And the second commander will normally be the last person, so that the whole team is within the short space. And they are regrouping as quick as possible and deploy their capabilities and start running a commentary back to the brigade commander. There goes our first man to the marked DZ, and where the ammunition is cached and their supplies. They are also accurate as the previous jumpers, skilled as they are. Look at his landing. There you touch the ground. Immediately the second man will follow. They are circuiting like eagles above. This jump of the advanced static line can only be carried out from the fixed wing. As we saw previously, the first one, it was from the Oryx, the rotary wing. But with the advance, because we are hooked on the static line inside the aircraft, it should be from the fixed wing. Second man approaching. Look how he's stalling. Accuracy. There's a whole team regrouped together. second man touching the ground. There goes the third man. All on the ground, nice regrouping. They'll quickly get to their resources, get their weapons, and take care of any resistance on the ground. Then the second in command is the last man to make sure that the team is on the ground. The commander will regroup and give quick orders, and the members will prepare for any eventuality. There goes the second last operator on the ground. Team leader is following up. Quick regrouping, and they will carry out their attack if there is any need to do so to clear the front.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as we then get to the conclusion of this airborne part, I had indicated earlier to you that we had put the Gripens on hold. They are on a reconnaissance run only. We had put them on hold, and because of the unavailability of a holding time, we are going to clear them into the range. With me, I have got Colonel Mashao, who's going to talk through this reconnaissance mission as well as the fly past quickly through us. Colonel Mashao, welcome.
Thank you very much. From the east, we'll be approaching the Gripen three-ship formation being led by Colonel Cieto, call sign Cypher, number 2 Spartan, call sign Cooper, and number 3 Rogue, for a reconnaissance mission to prepare the Hawks that will come and do the strikes later. And just to make you aware, they share the data immediately, real time, and in 1.5 hours you should be able to see the Hawks come and destroy the targets. No, it's Gripens in preparation for the Hawk strikes later. And Gripen is a swing roll fighter air platform that can be used for various missions, air interdictions, surface to ground attacks, as well as a reconnaissance. And when it comes to sensors, they've got DJRP, which is a digital recce and jamming port, and they also do self-protection jamming, laser designated port, and flare system, forward infrared looking radar. How long are they? How long are they? Just for info, when it comes to speeds, the Gripen can go as far as Mach 1.8. That is 1.8 times the speed of sound. They are based at Makado Air Force Base at 2 Squadron. 2 Squadron being the most decorated flying squadron in the whole of SAF. They took part in World War II, the Korean War, in the Eastern Africa front, West Africa front, as well as the European front. Look from the southwest, three-ship formation of Gripens, call sign Cheetah, which is their motto, the Flying Cheetahs. Here they are, 2 ships, -1 with flares. Yeah, they're circling and then they are repositioning for a fly past from the north westerly position to the south easterly position. And just for info, they are operating from Air Force Base Waterkloof for now, and it's for 45 minutes. Look on your left, groupings dispersive flares. And off back to home base, Air Force Base Mercado.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the grippers. In order to continue with our program, we have ordered that they clear the range. They will be clearing the range in an eastern direction and off back to Mercado. We are going to just finalize the airborne part here in front of us by means of a quick section attack. Ladies and gentlemen, they landed earlier on, and I'm going to ask Major Moleti to come back and talk us through the quick attack that the airborne guys will be conducting. Major Moleti.
Thank you, sir. Like earlier on alluded to, the commander relies on these members on the ground. Once they are compromised, they got two choices. They sort out the minor resistance or they break out of encirclement. That attack must be very short, very quick, but with a high volume of firepower. These members, they spend months to be trained, to be exercised through the minor tactics where a smaller team, 5 to 10 members, their firepower is so maximum that they can equal the platoon attack. They are preparing, they should be commencing with the attack very soon as the geckos are withdrawing, where the ammunition and the weapons were pre-positioned or stashed for the teams. There you go, the team leader now. They have done fire. Listen to that music of a 10-member team and their movement on the ground tactics. They should be able to defend themselves and to make sure that they hold that key terrain for the commander to deploy the para-assault. This is our key terrain. It must be secured. We normally say by fire, by force. They call it the Mambo time. That's your RPG-7 taking out the armored cars of the opposing force. They have the capability of the indirect mortar at the platoon level. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of you, that will be a rappelling demonstration in the theater. This is our special operations deployment from the 500 Squadron. They will demonstrate rappelling, a rapid and controlled descent technique used where helicopters and vehicles cannot land, such as mountains, trees, tall buildings, or dense terrain. These members will rappel from the Oryx utility helicopter flown today by the Officer Commanding Colonel Maluleke of CTC Squadron in Pretoria, co-pilot Kupin Kekana, and the flight engineer Officer Class 1 Prince. These operators are capable to descend from tower, trees, or helicopter. The type of rope utilized has a braking strength of 3,500 kilograms. Note the speed, braking technique, and road management discipline, ensuring rapid insertion while maintaining full combat readiness. Safety is of utmost importance. It is the daily summon for the road instructor. Gentlemen, remember, safety, safety. With them, they are having the members from 7 Med with staff Sergeant George to take us over.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be guiding you through the medical search and rescue operation procedures of the South African Military Health Service. Is the mic on? Yeah. The 7 Medical Battalion Search and Rescue Team will now be inserted into the area by means of a rappelling technique. Protection will be provided by their airborne counterparts. The medical team will assess the patient and administer emergency medical care as required. The basket stretcher will be lowered and the patient will be prepared for extraction. The patient will be secured and extracted from the area. The patient will be evacuated to the nearest medical post for further medical attention. The jockey is Staff Sergeant Nkwana, and the hoisters are Sergeant Huate and Sergeant Sono from 7 Medical Battalion Group in Pretoria. In conclusion, this demonstration has showcased the professionalism and expertise of the 7 Medical Battalion Group Search and Rescue Team. The successful execution of this operation relies on precise planning, effective communication, and skilled personnel. The South African Military Health Service remains committed to providing exceptional medical care and rescue operations, ensuring the safety and well-being of all personnel.
In every theater of operation, in spite of the precision drills and levels of professionalism, we do expect to have casualties from light to fatality. That is why in the aircraft there are combat members plus those who give care to the wounded. Now they are going to hoist the patient who supposedly was the down pilot, that the aircraft was shot down by the OPFO. Looking at the basket being hoisted down from the Oryx, our utility helicopter, to make sure that our pilot is safe and taken care of back at home. Our combat medics from 7 Medical Battalion, they are based in Pretoria. They are now demonstrating to you the medical evacuation under a simulated hostile conditions. These kind of operations members will be under duress, they will be under fire. That is why speed is of utmost importance. Otherwise, our helicopter cannot stay longer in the air. That's why the pathfinders are giving cover on your on the eastern side, and the members from the squadron are covering our ISX for safety. Once the stretcher is on the ground, the Orange will take another second for our members to secure our wounded. While that is taking place, there is a protection from the members of the 500 squadron on the ground. The wounded has now been stabilized. The stretcher jockeys are ready, and they are waiting for the extraction from the Oryx helicopter. Stabilized, still alive, he can be flown back home. There you go. These members are professionals, and they are there to save lives in the combat zone. Oryx is 1 minute inbound. Will come now and hoist the wounded. They are ready. They're calling the helicopter, the Oryx, while still guarded by the members of 500 Squadron. There goes, ladies and gentlemen, Oryx approaching from the south. Low level flying so that the enemy or the OPFO will not pick it up on their own radar. These members are highly trained. They've been in combat for a couple of times. Look at their flying skills. The pride of our SA Air Force. Nose into the air, tail down, it approaches. Because about the patient, smoke on the ground. Members are ready to indicate to the pilot and the flight engineer make sure that the hoisting is carried out under supervision. There are 2 members. The 2 members are stretcher hoisters. The other one is the jockey. Secure the patient so that there are no any mistakes. You can't afford to lose that member. There it goes up. Look at the greens, the jockey, to secure and jockey the stretcher. And the hoisters are securing by means of first rope. Into the machine, our member is safe. He can now be flown to a level 1 hospital. As I mentioned earlier on, this is our Oryx, the utility helicopter. It can carry out trooping, fast roping and rappelling, and also the cargo sling of the geckos into the mission area and also assist in terms of fires across the country. Now you see members from squadron, once our patient has been confirmed and secured, they will now regroup. Now because we've been too long into the theater, the helicopter will not touch down. We are going to showcase to you now what we call the hot extraction. These members will hook themselves onto the road and they'll be flown out of the theater. 1 minute bound, they're calling the oryx, ready to be hot extracted. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, the enemy is gaining ground, they are regrouping, they are advancing towards their own force positions. That is why we cannot land the helicopter on the ground. It must be done by means of a rope. You'll see it will be suspended from the oryx, it approaches, smoke on the ground to confirm that this is their own force. Green, they communicate, then they are ready to be hot extracted. 6 members on the road, they will be suspended. Prior to engagement, the team will have identified a suitable area under cover from the enemy, fire for pickup zone by means of the rope. Below the helicopter, there it goes. This is performed under tremendous pressure, thus requires specialized training skills, sane mind and spirit of a warrior. You cannot afford to be intoxicated or to be insane. You must be sane to perform this skill. One mistake, lives are lost. And remember, you are under fire, the enemy is approaching, but you must take care of your life and save our helicopter that is hovering above you. Members are secure, they indicate to the pilot, lifts up slightly to confirm the tension on the road. Indicate, there they go, slowly they go, up they go. That is a hot extraction. The clock is ruthless, the team must live under imminent threat. Communication becomes life, teamwork becomes survival. Every moment counts, every second matters. Helicopter, it flies our members away. The pilot is safe. That is our Oryx utility helicopter. Over to you, Sunshine.
Wow. All I'm going to say, Mijamuleti, is wow. I am completely gobsmacked by that. That is really amazing. And I really, really love DV Day. I love DV Day because we get to be reminded just how amazing we are as a force and just the cool things that we do as a force. All right, we're going to move on with our show. Still having an amazing show coming up for you. Are you still with us? Are you still with us? All right, stay with us. We've got an amazing show coming up just for you. We're going to just clear the range as we prepare for air defense artillery to take over and give us a gun line. it, you are still with us. This is DV Day, Exercise Vuk'Uhlome, DV Day 2025. We're going to carry on now with our next demonstration from Air Defense Artillery that are going to be demonstrating to us their capabilities in a gun line. As I mentioned earlier on, if you are sensitive to noise, we're going to be going back now to loud bangs. Please make use of your earplugs. And joining me is Captain Adonis from ADA, who's going to be explaining the gun line for us. Captain Adonis, good morning.
Thank you, Sunshine. If you look into your right, you will see 10 anti-aircraft regiment, which is situated in Kimberley. It plays different roles in the SA Army: the protection of the Army in the field, the protection of critical assets determined by Chief Army. 10 anti-aircraft regiment under the command of Lieutenant Colonel KP Mabobo. They have the following prime mission equipment: 35mm Mark 5 gun, 35mm Mark 5A, manufactured by Oerlikon in Switzerland. The caliber of the weapon is 35mm. The rate of fire is 550 rounds per barrel per minute. The range is 4,000 meters. The 23mm Bosvark, manufactured, Soviet designed, ZU-23. The caliber of the weapon, 23mm. Rate of fire, 800 to 1,000 rounds per minute, per barrel. Effective range, 3,000 meters. Then we also have the Sky Shield, which comprises of the sensor unit, which is also manufactured in Switzerland. Maximum detection range is 18 kilometers. Minimum detection range is 100 meters. It provides air surveillance to the gun fire control post. The gun fire control post provides continuous air surveillance to protect area. It is normally connected to the sensor unit, optical sight, and two 35mm Mark 5A or Mark 7 guns via cables. The guns are firing electronically by the commander and the target operator from the gun fire control post. Then we move on to the part of the industry. The GOAT, which also stands for Gun on Track, manufactured by SIV. The gun is a 23mm ZU-23 2 system mounted on a Toyota Corolla Cruiser 6x6. Its main purpose is for light mobile air defense. It is the same concept as the Bosvark, but it is lighter and faster for a quick movement and more accurate mobile air defense. Springbok, which is manufactured by DCD Protected Mobility. It is a 4x4 vehicle which is ZU-23mm fitted to the rear of the vehicle. The Springbok vehicles are available in different variants, such as the command and control, ambulance, and weapon platform configurations. The target that will be flown, it will be Swan Voyager target drone, manufactured by CSIR. It is a low-cost attribute aerial target drone for gunnery training and practice. It is durable, lightweight, has a high survivability, and is easily repaired. It has a cruising speed of 50 to 100 kilometers per hour, and it can fly for up to 40 to 60 minutes. Okay. When the command safe to fire, then the guns will start firing.
Already fired. They haven't.
That was the goat, or no, not the goat, the Bosphorus in its natural element.
Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a report of opposing force aircraft in our area of responsibility, and as the commander has ordered the closing of our skies, the 35 millimeters as well as all the gunners deployed to your right hand side have been ordered to bring that aircraft down. Please try and see if you are able to observe it. As it is flying to your right hand side, it is taking altitude currently. It is that reddish in color flying object that you should be able to see from where you are seated, and the gunners have been instructed to close our skies and ensure that no intervention and no interference will take place on the execution of our plans here in front. That engagement will then continue. battlefield remains fluid. The commander has been informed of a reinforcement coming in from the northeast. He has now asked his indirect forces to prepare an artillery strike. I want to ask you to focus your eyes to your right-hand side as the massive artillery strike is about to take place from the 127mm multiple rocket launcher systems, otherwise called the battaliers. This will continue as the air defense gunners continue, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that nothing from the air will interfere with our plans, and that reinforcement force coming in from the north will also be successfully cut off. The artillery strike has been ordered, and very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, if you fixate your eyes to your right hand side, you will see as the strike takes place, the objective area is to your left, but for now, please fixate your eyes towards your right hand side in the south. The air defense gunners continue to ensure that our skies are safe. And there is the strike, ladies and gentlemen, from your right. Ladies and gentlemen, to your left, the reinforcement force that was masked by means of the high ground up in flames. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the progress. In terms, we are now going to move over, ladies and gentlemen, to the maneuvering approach, as it is now reported by all surveillance resources deployed in our area of responsibility that indeed it is now the time where the critical keys to the center of gravity of the opposing force has now been unlocked. We can now begin the process of maneuvering them into a predetermined killing zone in order for the final destruction to then take place. To this end, the commander will now activate his direct forces, supported by their inherent indirect elements, as well as the indirect firepower capability deployed to the south, to ensure that the advance to contact will take place, followed by the delaying battle, followed by the fixing, as well as then the final destruction utilizing a mobile reserve. That activity, ladies and gentlemen, is currently unfolding. You will see that from your left as you are seated, the Roykat Ahmad cars will be tasked with the covering troops responsibility of doing the advance to contact. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a low center of gravity 8x8 vehicle mounted with the 76mm quick firing gun,
capable, ladies and gentlemen, of conducting wide reconnaissance in any terrain, and also capable of making a limited stand on its own until it is been until the link-up forces can then join it. The approach, ladies and gentlemen, is once again, as is customary with the South African Army, to have a balanced force executing this mission. We have ensured that our skies are safe. We have ensured that the opposing forces elements have been successfully cut off, and we have now received one final report, ladies and gentlemen, that there has been an abundant position in front of us where there has not been a destruction of what appears to be a armored capability of sorts. We are still awaiting a confirmation of this. Ladies and gentlemen, moving in front of you, the Roykat armored cars. They are going to be conducting this wide reconnaissance that has been ordered. The Roykat armored cars will be conducting this wide reconnaissance. Behind them, ladies and gentlemen, they are followed by the anti-tank capability of our mechanized infantry in the form of the 90 millimeters or 70. 70 is on a Rattle 90, armed with a 90 millimeter quick firing gun. Behind the 90s will be the section variant Rattle 20s of our mechanized infantry. Now, the armored cars that are passing in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, these guys are out from our center city, Bloemfontein. They are elements from one special service battalion under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Matolo, and the mechanized infantry that are behind them are members from 8th South African Infantry Battalion out in Upington under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Josephs. They have found the pivot point already, ladies and gentlemen, where they have done, as ordered, a left 45. They have already started then with the reconnaissance mission that is currently continuing. The reconnaissance mission is continuing, ladies and gentlemen. This is your advance to contact. They are continuing with that. As soon as enemy or opposing forces are confirmed in sight, they are to engage immediately. And once that then happens, the actual firefight will then continue, where all elements, both direct and indirect, will be utilized to successfully maneuver this opposing force into a predetermined killing zone, where the mobile reserve will be utilized once the final center of gravity has been unlocked for the final destruction. We are continuing, ladies and gentlemen, with advance to contact. The first of our armored cars has already reported a contact, and the commander has authorized the continued firing in retaliatory mode initially. You will then see as they start to do the necessary jockeying for the positions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to be joined by our Minister of Defense and military veteran, Mayor Nji Motshekga. I'm going to request the rest of the members as the minister approach. We will request everybody to stand, and then as soon as he arrives on the chairs, then I will request everybody to sit, and we will proceed with the program as it unfolds. But you can maintain focus on the target as been already alluded by the program director.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will pause the program. The commander has ordered the elements to stop where they are. We will pause, take a short operational pause until the minister has linked up, and then we will continue again.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we then continue with the firefight, the contact has been made with the opposing force. The commander has requested his mechanized infantry to move in. The purpose is to integrate with kilo stations that made the initial contact. As soon as targets have been identified and destroyed, integration of mechanized infantry will take place, where the fire will then be taken up by the infantry element that can start with the delay battle. You will see now that the fight that is going on remains primarily between the armored car that is now joined by the inherent anti-tank capability of the infantry in the form of the Rattle 90s. Fight is continuing, ladies and gentlemen, as we want to ensure that this enemy is forced to deploy here in front. The indirect firepower resources have also now been engaged to make sure that indeed the opposing force is forced to deploy, thereby enabling own forces to conduct the delaying battle successfully and maneuvering this opposing force into a predetermined killing zone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, our minister has arrived.
You will see, ladies and gentlemen, that all angles of the battle space are covered. The area in depth is covered by indirect firepower that is deployed to your south, in other words, to your right-hand side as you are seated. Right, and you will equally see that to your left then, or in front of you, is the continued engagement with the rest of the inherent indirect capabilities in a fire support role.
Right, please stand. All right, thank you. You may take your seat. Program director, you can proceed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge our Minister, the Minister of Defense and Military Veterans, Honorable Minister Angie Motshekga, and her entourage. Minister, welcome to the land of diesel and dust, and thank you for joining us. We're currently busy with the capability demonstration of the DVD. And Kena Khasapane, over to you to continue with the battle. Thank you.
The commander has ordered the full integration here in front of you. It is now an opportune time for mechanized infantry to take over the firefight from the armored cars. The armored cars will then withdraw, they will check and withdraw in two directions. You will see that there will be the element that have been tasked to cover the northern flank. They will thus withdraw them in a northern direction, in other words, to your left. And then there is also an element that has been tasked to withdraw in a southern direction, the purpose of which is to cover the western flank of the force that is deployed here in front of you. The full integration will now take place so that the firefight could be taken over by mechanized infantry and allow then the armored cars to withdraw. They have reported ready. They have reported ready as the indirect firepower capability to continue, ladies and gentlemen, to keep this opposing force deployed here in front in order to give effect then to the delaying battle to be successful. We continue then with the withdrawal of the armored cars as you see them jockeying out of position.
as the integration is fully effected. They are doing a check and withdraw at 6 o'clock. Once they reach the lines with mechanized infantry will then take over the firefight from them, and the armored cars will thus withdraw. Ladies and gentlemen, this requires a lot of coordination from the commanders on the ground. It is for that reason that you will see that it takes place with high speed. It takes place with high speed. The armored cars have now handed over the firefight to mechanized infantry. You will realize that the tempo of the fire will immediately increase as the infantry takes over and the armored cars are withdrawing. The 90 millimeters are beginning to engage. There you will see them engaging, ladies and gentlemen, meaning now that the mechanized infantry is now in charge of this firefight in front of you. The firing tempo immediately increases in this fire belt that you are hearing, and we are now going to start the delayed battle. The delayed battle will now commence in earnest, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to let the guns talk while I hope you will be carefully watching what takes place in front of you. The delayed battle continues, ladies and gentlemen. The commander has ordered them to fight back in stop bounds. They will be alternating positions on the move, and you will now see as they move back towards handing over the maneuvered opposing force to the binding force or the fixing force that is deployed here in front of you. The binding force, ladies and gentlemen, is a force it's a motorized force from 6th South African Infantry Battalion out in Grahamstown. They are commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Miller, who will, as soon as this mechanized infantry hand over the firefight, will then immediately start with the fixing battle to ensure that the opposing force is then successfully fixed in predetermined positions for the final destruction then to take place. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we allow the guns to talk and we give them space on the airways. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with this delayed battle here in front. The delayed battle in front, you will see now that they are getting to the proximity of the binding or the fixing force. They are getting to the proximity of the fixing force. I am keeping an ear on the commander's decision and his orders.
where he's going to then order the handover of the firefight to the fixing force. I will keep you updated in terms of this. The delay battle continues, ladies and gentlemen. These are the elements from 8th South African Infantry Battalion out in Upington. The ceasefire of the mechanized elements has now been ordered. The commander has made the final decision that indeed the force has been maneuvered sufficiently to where he wants them to be, and he feels that he is now ready to start with the fixing battle. The mechanized infantry is now being ordered to withdraw. They will check and withdraw in a northern direction, where the firefight for the fixing battle will then be handed over to the motorized infantry. The maintenance, ladies and gentlemen, of indirect firepower capability continues, thereby making sure that no undue and unplanned interference takes place from the opposing force. They have been sufficiently cut off to ensure that indeed the plans of the commander can be executed successfully here in front of us. You will see then the mechanized infantry withdraw as they withdraw towards the north. What we are doing here, ladies and gentlemen, is you will see that the force is sufficiently supported by the medical battalion, as you will see that at the back will be our forces. The force is sufficiently supported. Should there be any casualties, we are then able to take care of those as quickly as it is possible. We continue, ladies and gentlemen, with the withdrawal of mechanized infantry. In the meantime, Colonel Brian Miller has already asked or ordered his fixing force to report ready to him. He has already asked them to report ready to him. All they are waiting now is the withdrawal of the mechanized infantry. They are waiting the withdrawal of the mechanized infantry. As they withdraw, ladies and gentlemen, there is one vehicle casualty. That's where you see the green smoke. The immediate recovery of that vehicle will now take place. The immediate recovery of that vehicle will now take place, and as soon as that has taken place, we will then continue to ensure, ladies and gentlemen, that the gains that have been made by initially the covering troops, then the maneuvering force, with the delay battle to ensure that those gains are maintained. The indirect firepower capability has been tasked to maintain indirect fire on the opposing force that has been forced to deploy. They are continuing to do that. That is why you see the indirect fire in front of you from the south, so that eventually, once we can confirm that this mechanized elements of the maneuver force have been withdrawn, we can then immediately continue with the fixing battle. We will continue with the fixing battle once the recovery of that vehicle casualty has been completed. The ambulance, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, capabilities that we have from our military health services. And as you can see, to a very large extent, it is capable of matching some of the mobilities of the forces that it supports, in this case, moving with the mechanized infantry and more or less matching their mobility. It is not meant to be a mechanized force itself, ladies and gentlemen. However, it is quite capable and it provides us with the medical support that we need sufficiently, whether it is with motorized or mechanized forces that we use. We are waiting the confirmation of the recovery of that vehicle casualty. We are waiting the confirmation of that recovery, and as soon as we have got the go-ahead, the confirmation of that, we will then withdraw it from the area so that the fixing battle can commence. Ladies and gentlemen, they are currently hooking that vehicle. They will be towing it out with another rattle out of the area. The area where it is had just obstacles in front, so they had to pull it from the other direction. They are currently in the process of hooking it up. It will be out of the area shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the commander is in the meantime ordered his indirect firepower in the form of his mortars to continue the engagements to keep the opposing forces in the deployment that they have been maneuvered into. That firing is continuing. You will see the impact shortly, so we are now going to continue with this recovery in the face of a deployed enemy in front, making sure that we are able to recover them under fire. Ladies and gentlemen, we will finally now recover this vehicle. They sent a recovery vehicle. The initial rattle could not recover it from where it is. The recovery vehicle is now there. They will get it out shortly in order for us to continue. Thank you. and gentlemen, just to brief you on the remainder of the program that we have, we will recover this vehicle casualty shortly. Then we still have to finalize the fixing battle as well as the mobile reserve deployment. We have, at the moment, the commander is managing some of the force structure elements that are involved here. We have got on hold over the Postmasburg area behind us. To the right, we have got on hold Jumbo, the mass jump of the parachute battalion. We also have got inbound 10 minutes out, 2 Hawks, a leading trainer, fighter aircrafts armed with Mark 81 bombs that are still going to be delivered here to ensure that indeed the commander has achieved the mission of the total destruction of the opposing force as was ordered for him to do. These are the outstanding elements that are going to take place when the tactically correct timing is arrived at, and the commander will make those decisions to ensure that indeed the achievement of the mission is indeed guaranteed.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated earlier on, the Hawks have been placed on hold. The commander has removed them from the hold. They will now be coming in from the south. In other words, your right-hand side as you are seated. They are going to, although they are armed, they are not cleared to deliver the ordnance. They are not cleared to deliver the ordnance. They will be coming in their attack profile, and they will then pre-position in the north and do a fly past in a southern direction, clear the range towards the eastern direction, and move back. We move on then with the program. We are going to now, ladies and gentlemen, activate the remaining steps of the program so that we can get to the conclusion of today's operation as originally planned. Ladies and gentlemen, the Hawks are inbound from your right-hand side, from the south, in other words. They will be rolling in attack profile, so the altitude will be fairly high. Let us observe, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, from my position, I've got the visual. There's 3 of them. If you look to the high skies on your right-hand side, the Hawks leading trainer, the sounds of freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, the commander has cleared the Hawks off the range. They will not be coming back for a fly past. Remember, they are still armed, ladies and gentlemen, therefore it is a safe thing to do. They have been cleared off the range. They are going to a bank off east, and they will be flying back. We have requested that the jumbo that is carrying our mass air assault. I'm going to confirm the commander's decision in terms of that. They should be cleared also, ladies and gentlemen, to get into the area here where you will then be able to observe a 64-pack mass jump of our members from 44 Parachute Regiment out in Bloemfontein. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reorganized ourselves, we are going to continue with the fixing battle. We're just waiting for this firefighter vehicle to get out of the way. They are communicating with him now to get him out of the way so that we can start the activation of the binding force. I want to bring your interest, ladies and gentlemen, to your right-hand side, where you have got the vehicle with the South African colors to your right. Left of it, there is a clearly marked road that goes towards the eastern side, and there is a soldier that is deployed on that road. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask Lieutenant Colonel Shusha to come forward so that we can then ask him to talk us through, as we start this binding activity, for him to explain quickly for us the employment of the Carl Gustaf anti-tank capability, which is one of the new capabilities within the South African Army. Lieutenant Colonel Shusha will be joining me shortly. We are just awaiting the removal of this firefighting capability from the range so that Lieutenant Colonel Brian Miller can then start with his motorized fixing action. The fixing action, as I said earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, is conducted by the members from 6th South African Infantry Battalion out in Grahamstown, and they will then ensure that the final of the keys to unlocking the center of gravity of this opposing force here in front of us is achieved, so that we can then do the final destruction thereof. They are now moving. They are now moving, and Colonel Shusha will be with me shortly to explain to you one of these new capabilities of the South African Army Infantry in the form of the Carl Gustaf anti-tank weapon. Colonel Shusha, welcome, and please briefly explain to us this Carl Gustaf before we start.
Thank you, Program Director. As already alluded, I'm Lieutenant Colonel DM Shusha. I'm going to take you throughout, I'm going to provide a presentation of anti-tank capability and in the form of a shoulder launch. It's a 84 millimeter M3 Carl Gustaf recoilless rifle. Its country of origin is Sweden. Utilization, it can be used to neutralize or defeat military hardware or fortification. The launcher has a variety of different ammunition pieces, among them including the following. I will mention the HEAT 55 with an effective range of 7 meters, the HEAT 551C that also goes to 500. But my main is going to be the demonstration of a high explosive dual purpose 502, which has got two choices on the ammunition piece. You've got impact on detonation, as well as you've got delayed detonation. Then I will allow the members to observe the firing on the southern side next to the That was the capability is demonstrated with the intention to defeat the pieces or ammunition hardware or fortification. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the firefighter vehicle has been out there. You have seen the devastation of the Carl Gustaf, and the commander has ordered the fixing force to start engaging to finalize the fixing action. Please observe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fixing action has been successfully conducted. The commander has now launched his final ace card. If you look, ladies and gentlemen, from both your left and your right, in other words, both north and south, in a typical bullhorn formation, you will realize that his mobile reserve has been called into action, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is in the form of the mainstay of South Africa's landward power, the Elephant Mark I, as well as the Elephant Mark II tanks. They will be coming in to do then the final destruction of the fixed opposing force elements here in front. They will come in both directions, find a pivot, they will branch left and right out, and they will then do the final destruction of the opposing forces fixed here in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, they will find the pivot point here in the middle, and they will then switch the direction of attack towards the southeast and do the final destruction attack. Ladies and gentlemen, they have branched in the right direction. You will see that they are now fully engaged.
Check for safety over.
ladies and gentlemen, the mobile reserve alone in the form of the Oliphant tanks, they will then continue with the final activity up to the limit of exploitation, from where then they will be ordered to do a reorganization and move on to the next stage. The commander is quickly trying to get them to flood their both flanks, the northern and the southern flank, so that the extent of the front line of own troops here in front could be determined from the air as well. Ladies and gentlemen, as the mobile reserve withdraws from the area, they have been ordered to then regroup in order for them to then form up in their respective positions here in front of you. However, we have got the link-up force that is supposed to then come through to make sure that we keep feet on the ground, to hold the ground that we have won. That will happen in the form of the paratroopers that will be mass dropped here in front. They will, once they have landed, they will regroup themselves into their own battalion that will join the rest of the mechanized and motorized forces that will be forming up here in front of you. In order to ensure that they will have their own sustainability once they have hit the ground, the sustainment flight has been ordered to come through, where their tow bundles will be dropped beforehand, so that as soon as the mass jump takes place, the members can then link up directly with their sustainment and move on to the next operation. I request you to be patient and relax and enjoy these next steps with us.
Forces were soon All along the river, Chelmsford's army lay asleep. Come to crush the children of Mageba, come to exact the realm's price for peace. And in the morning, as they saddled up to ride, their eyes shone with the fire and the steel. The general told them of the task that lay ahead, to bring the people of the sky to heal. Mud and sweat on polished leather, warm rain seeping to the bone. They rode through the season's wet weather, straining for a glimpse of the foe. Hopeless battalion, destined to die, broken by the benders of kings. Vainglorious general, Victorian pride, would cost him and 800 men their lives. They came to the side of a mountain. Scouts rode out to spy the land. Even as the realm soldiers lay resting, Macabe's forces were soon at hand. And by the evening, the vultures were wheeling above the ruins where the fallen lay. An ancient song, as old as the ashes, echoed as Macabe's warriors marched away.
ladies and gentlemen. In front of you to your left is the Casa 212. This is the sustainment drop of the paratroopers that are inbound, the purpose of which is to ensure that as soon as they hit the ground, they will then link up with their sustainment for them to be able then to continue with the operation going forward. The CASA is going to pre-position in line with the indications of the DZ safety officer. As you can see the smoke that is already in front of you, they are going to then pre-position themselves as the CASA. They will come in on a predetermined line from where they will then do the cargo drop. Please observe, ladies and gentlemen, as they bank to their right, and they are then going to be guided now by the DZ safety officer, under whose command they have now been handed, and they will then start the drop. Do observe, ladies and gentlemen, as this one of the operations that we are very proud of as it gets underway here in front of you. It has taken now a low altitude. They will be throwing door bundles that will be unmanned at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. I have got with me Major Muleti, who's going to talk us through this operation. Major, welcome back.
Thank you, Colonel. The team is from 101 Air Supply Unit in Pretoria. They are Corporal Mohale, Corporal Mulundo, Private Mudiga, and Private Mohami. Aircraft is secondly now about to pre-position. This is a tactical air supply from the Casa 212 at approximately 1,000 feet above ground level. This can be done at 600 feet AGL, depending on the threat on the ground. These deliveries, they carry, ladies and gentlemen, the resupply for the forces on the ground, like the ammunition, the ration packs, as well as the water. If you don't believe it, these members are capable to deliver for you a champagne with a glass, then you will still be able to enjoy that. That's how professional they are, members from 101 SA unit. There's a CASA approaching positioning. 1 minute, green on go, they will be releasing the supply. A7A, it's a light container delivery system that you can also put in the weapon system for the forces on the ground.
The aircraft is 1 minute cleared for the drop. You'll see the smoke on the ground, failing in, thrown by the legendary Lieutenant Colonel Keta. Right, there he goes, standing by. There it is, Ocean Tactical. Action stations, stand in the door. And pitch, green on go. There you go. All the supplies. The forces can be
Supplies, get ammunition, water, and continue with the battle on the field. Normally with this kind of technique, we will be able now to bring in the main force. The main force will now be able to finish up what we started with earlier this morning.
All along the river, Bonanza empieza, ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Empe, bonanza empieza, ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Empe, bonanza empieza, ubani benga chinja mabubesi. All along the river, Chelmsford's army lay asleep. Come to crush the children of Mageba, come to exact the realm's price for peace. And in the morning, as they saddled up to ride, their eyes shone with the fire and the steel. The general told them of the task that lay ahead, to bring the people of the sky to heal. Bonanza empieza, ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Bonanza empieza, ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Mud and sweat on polished leather, warm rain seeping to the bone. They rode through the season's wet weather, straining.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we then have reached the closure of this, we would not close the program without unleashing on you the biggest surprise of today's demonstration. We request that everybody please just maintain your seat. We request that those that are formed up on the parade, please let us settle down as we are about to unleash the last surprise package of today's program, something that you will not regret having waited for. Thank you.
Bonanza empieza, ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Empe, bonanza empieza, ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Empe, bonanza empieza, ubani benga chinja mabubesi. All along the river, Chelmsford's army lay asleep. Come to crush the children of Mageba, come to exact the realm's price for peace. And in the morning, as they saddled up to ride, their eyes shone with the fire and the steel. The general told them of the task that lay thrown out to spy the land. Even as the round soldiers lay resting, MacGyver's forces were soon at hand. And by the evening, the vultures were wheeling above the rooms where the fallen lay. An ancient song, as old as the ashes, echoed as MacGyver's warriors marched away. All along the river, All along the river, Chelmsford's army lay asleep. Come to crush the children of Mageba, come to exact the realm's price for peace. And in the morning, as they saddled up to ride, their eyes shone with the fire and the steel. The general told them of the task that lay ahead, to bring the people of the sky to heal. Mud and sweat on polished leather, warm rain seeping to the bone. They rode through the season's wet weather, straining for a glimpse of the foe. Hopeless battalion, destined to die, broken by the benders of kings. Vainglorious general, Victorian pride, would cost him and 800 men their lives. They came to the side of a mountain. Scouts rode out to spy the land. Even as the realm soldiers lay resting, Macaba's forces were soon at hand. And by the evening, the vultures were wheeling above the ruins where the fallen lay. An ancient song, as old as the ashes, echoed as Macaba's warriors marched away. Ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Tempe, bonanza empieza. Ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Tempe, bonanza empieza. Ubani benga chinja mabubesi. Tempe, bonanza empieza. Ubani benga chinja mabubesi. All along the river, Chelmsford's army lay asleep. Come to crush the children of Mageba. Come to exact the realm's price for peace. And in the morning, as they saddled up to ride, their eyes shone with the fire and the steel. The general told them of the task that lay ahead, to bring the people of the sky to heal. Bonanza empieza. Ubani benga chinja mabubesi.
The members don't go away. We just say settle down. Members don't go away. We just say settle down.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to our air defense artillery as well as artillery for those final shots as we come to the end of our program today. We're going to start now, ladies and gentlemen, with the ceremonial part, and that is the flag ceremony. Over to you, Sergeant Major of the Army, and your team.
Papa Echo. Lieutenant General L. Kimbat hereby confirm that the combat readiness of the forces during the exercise Vuk'Uhlome 4 and the establishment of the Rapid Deployment Brigade Chief is complete, sir.
Chief Defense Force, Chief Ramapanya, let me acknowledge the Chief of the Army, all chiefs that are present here, and all senior leadership of defense, and want to give special recognition also to our former Chief of Defense, Babuspiwe Nyanda, but also, Chair, or Chief, acknowledge our guests from Iraq, and I want to really, without going long, thank you very much for this day, for this program, and also for handing over the rapid team as well was requested. So I want to thank you most sincerely, Chief of the Army. I must say, Ambassador Nyanda, when I came here, I used to make a mistake between defense and the army. And Umbata said, you are right, it's a correct mistake. Defense is army, so don't worry, Minister. Keep on making that confusion between defense and army. And I must say, we are very grateful and appreciative of this, because indeed it's a day of pride for us in the midst of very many challenges that we experience as a department due to many, many years of underfunding of the department, but can say with all humility that indeed our leadership in the Defense Force, our leadership in the different units held our hopes and held the country together, and for that we're very grateful. I don't want to take much words, but too many words, but to say, indeed it's very humbling knowing the challenges that the department is experiencing, the stress that we're going through because of financial challenges and many other challenges, but indeed our leadership has made sure that we keep the hopes of our people, we keep the safety of our people, and want to say to all the leadership of the Defense Force, you continue to be the hopes of the nation, the pride of the nation, and for that we are grateful. We are very humbled, and again I will communicate the same message and want to assure all the members of our department of the force that as cabinet, as Parliament, we are seized on an ongoing basis, Chief, with the challenges that are here. We are keeping everybody informed. We are aware that there are major problems with the underfunding, and it's not as if we are insensitive to all those challenges, but we're doing all we can in our powers to make sure that indeed we can continue to sustain this pride of the nation, this hope of the nation as far as possible. But I really want to say thank you very much, Raliboha, and it's very humbling. And Galiwa Chief, both chiefs, thank you very much for this opportunity, Galiwa.
This concludes the flag ceremony. All the invited guests, you are invited to the big tent where you had a breakfast this morning. All the invited guests, you are invited there by the big tent where you had a breakfast this morning, so that we can conclude all the admin arrangement and the formalities of this afternoon. Thank you.